2026. It's 10 a.m. Time to start our board meeting today. And Marin is going to lead us in a prayer after we stand for the pledge, which Cassandra has asked to lead. Please go. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us together safely today. We ask for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin. Help us to listen with open hearts, speak with clarity, and work together in a spirit of unity. May the board's decisions be fruitful and our time together be productive. We pray all this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Okay, we have quite a few things today, but we'll go start with our presentations. Item 2A is a presentation regarding an update on legislative session activities from the Policy Development Group. Today we have Todd and Andy with us. Good morning, Todd.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. Thank you for having us here today. Like the Chairman said, my name is Todd Bowman with Policy Development Group. My colleague Andy Jacobs is here as well. We're here to give you a quick overview of what's happening at the state capitol. I know you have a packed agenda today, so I will not belabor it, but if you have any questions, please feel free to jump in and ask. So as we stand here kind of middle of May, I would have hoped that we would be able to have given you a recap of session, but that is not the case. We are still in session. So we started the second Monday of January, and we had a committee process where bills went through committee, committees were done, and then attention really turned to the budget negotiations. Budget negotiations broke down, and there was a pause. They've resumed, and so the legislature has already passed one budget. It's been vetoed, and now they're negotiating the budget again. My expectation is that, my understanding is budget negotiations have resumed. They're progressing, and so we may see a budget in a couple weeks. The legislature, the House is set to come back on June 1st. The Senate will come back next Tuesday after Memorial Day. But when both of them are back on June 1st, we may see a budget push, a budget introduction, a new budget introduced, and then a budget push. Whether it has the votes or not is yet to be seen, but that's kind of been the cadence that we've seen in session so far. Want to run through a couple things with you all, a couple of the bills that we have been working on your behalf, working with your staff and your county manager, and your priorities that we've identified with you all and that we've been down at the Capitol. So with that being said, I will discuss the Gila County flood relief that has been really front and center for us. There was obviously the devastating floods that happened last September. I know the governor was up here, the representatives, senator have been up here as well. And what happened this session was, in her State of the State, Governor Hobbs mentioned, and I want to thank you, Chairman, for coming down for that as well. I know she mentioned the floods and the devastation that happened up here in Gila County. And she mentioned that, spoke about that, and that is of note because that is is kind of her first marker of the session to say what is important to her, and she mentioned that, and we're grateful, very grateful for that. At the end of that week, that second week of January, she came out with her executive budget, and her executive budget is kind of her priority spendings of where she would like to see the state's finances spent. She put $20 million in flood relief for Gila County through DEMA in her executive budget. And so after that, Representative Blackman had a bill that would give $25 million to Gila County for flood relief, and we're very grateful for that as well. That bill passed through committee, his committee, his government committee that he chairs. I know several of you came down for that. He was very grateful for that. Passed through, and then because it's an appropriations bill, the House Appropriations Chairman said, we're not going to move a lot of these bills through, but everything any money bill is included in the budget process or debated in the budget process to see if it's included in that. And so that's what has transpired since then is as the state puts together their roughly $17, $18 billion budget, what is included in that? And that's what Andy and I have been fighting for behind the scenes to have something included. In the budget that was produced about a month ago now that was vetoed by the governor, it was a very bare bones budget. In fact, they actually did 5% cuts to different agencies across the state. Most of the agencies were cut 5%. There were a few that were spared, but they did not put additional funds in for the Gila County flood relief. That being said, in the committee hearing, in the Appropriations Committee hearing, we had, you all had a supervisor meeting that day where we had the mayor of Globe came down. He spoke to the importance and the need of that. I had a conversation with your representatives before that. They were grateful that we were there, we spoke to it, and even the Chairman Livingston said, I'm not opposed to this. This is something that we can, consider and we want to consider. And so that's where that is. I will say that we've had several conversations as well with the governor's office. Obviously, governor is somebody that is a huge part of these negotiations with the legislature, and so as they're negotiating it, I've had conversations with DEMA too. DEMA is where the governor has this funding flowing through. Worked with DEMA not only on trying to talk about the funding of it, but also language that could potentially be included in the budget to have make sure the money gets to the constituents that are impacted by this for the projects that you all have. So that's where we're at right now. We're continuing conversations. Representative Blackman, obviously a fan and supportive of this. He introduced the bill. There is also a new representative that you all have because Representative Marshall resigned to take another job. The new representative is somebody that you probably know and know well, Representative Sylvia Allen, because she has served for many, many years in this area and represented this area very well for years. So she's not running again. She's back until the end of, or for the rest of the year, but it's great. I've had several conversations with her since she was appointed just a couple weeks ago, and she is a fierce advocate for this as well. I know she has been up here recently and she has reached out and she wants to try and help find funding. This is a difficult budget year. Finances are very tight, but she's an advocate for us. So that's something we'll continue to fight for. As far as the dollar figure, budget negotiations are budget negotiations. So although different numbers have been thrown out there, I think we're going to fight for anything that we can get for you all. And obviously, the more the better, but trying to get something. So I'll move on to the next issue. There is a bill, affectionately we've just called it the Blight Bill. It's 1070. Senator Rogers has introduced this bill, and we're very grateful for her doing that. She's been a great advocate on this issue. This is one of two bills that we have worked with CSA on. I'm grateful for the partnership with CSA. This is an issue I know particularly for the supervisors, Supervisor Humphrey, that we've talked about for several years now and tried to come up with a solution that we've been able to not only help in this area, but also trying to figure out what can we work to get through the legislature that can help. And it's been a song and a dance, and it's been something we've gone back and forth on. Grateful for the partners over at CSA. They've been amazing. So the bill started out, and it's morphed throughout the process. In order to get a bill passed, as you guys know, you need 31 in the House, 16 in the Senate, and 1 signed by the governor. But you also, there's other groups involved, stakeholder groups that have relationships with chairmen, and we have sometimes a chairman, if they hear a bill, they can just stick it in a drawer and say, I'm not going to hear it. Well, you got to work with that chairman then to figure it out. And so what we've done is we've worked with Senator Rogers, who's been a great advocate, had to amend it in the Senate, work with leadership over there to get it to a form where they would be willing to put it up on the big board, the Board of Truth, what we call it, so we can see if, so that's where you get all the senators to vote on it. Came out of committee fine. We needed to amend it to get it to have the full Senate vote for it. Able to amend it enough so that the full Senate could vote for it. And then it got to the House. Well, it had to go through the same process in the House. That was a committee in the House. The committee that it went to, the chairman was not a fan of it. Didn't really like it how it was, and got an email from the chairman's office that said, not going to hear it. And so I went out and Jacob was the CSI. We went to his office, talked to him about it, said, I'm not a fan of this. Here's why I don't like it. Fair, had a conversation, said, don't really want to hear it. And so worked with him, said, what can we do? Is there anything we can do? I understand maybe you don't like this bill, but is there something we can add, take out? How do we take this dead bill that's not going anywhere, how do we keep it alive and get something out of it? And so we were able to work with him to have an amendment that they were offered on the floor, or in committee, that had been adopted on the floor, that kept the bill alive. So as the bill stands right now, if there's basically as it's been amended, if there is a tax lien on a blighted property, it is not extinguished if it's bought or sold. So it stays with that property. And so that's what will happen now. And there is a two-year repeal of it. So this is until October 1st of 2028 is what this legislation would apply for. So it's essentially give it a couple years, see how it helps. It's something, and then I think we would need to come back and extend that if it works. So that bill right now is teed up for a final vote because it's a Senate bill, and it's teed up for a final vote in the Senate, and they will need to go ahead and do one final vote. They have not been voting out bills and sending them up to the governor because budget negotiations weren't going well. She said, time out, bill moratorium, don't send me any bills or I'm going to veto them until we get the budget going. That's why this bill hasn't gone yet. But I would fully expect that this bill will get a vote. We'll need to continue to work with the Senate President because it's been amended in the House, but our efforts will be to get it up for a final vote. So that's the blight bill. And thank you. I do want to thank Supervisor Humphrey for coming down and speaking to that. It's never fun to come down and spend time sitting in committee waiting for the bill to come up, but it was impactful, so thank you for that. And then the last bill I just want to touch on, this is also a bill that we've worked on with CSA, and grateful for their partnership in this. These bills don't start in January, they start well before January. I know we made the trek out to Yuma, they were adopted as the resolutions out there, but they start even before that, and so thank you for your staff too, that has been great to work on that with. So this is a bill that would amend WIFA to allow for cesspool remediation. It's a bill that Representative Gail Griffin from Southern Arizona has been working on. It's something that has gone through the House, gone through the Senate, and is teed up once again in that same spot for a final vote. It would allow cesspool remediation and then wastewater systems to be part of the WIFA process too. So that's something that I believe we'll get a final vote as well and get up to the governor for her signature. Obviously, WIFA is a big issue. WIFA needs to be funded. That's another thing that we're working on to make sure that WIFA has funds as well. Hopefully, this is something that Gila County is able to tap in and be a part of, and hopefully the WIFA funds are there for them to tap in and have it be a part of it. This bill as well, the legislative process is not an easy, straightforward one. It's definitely not linear. There's ups and there's downs. ADEQ came to us and wanted to have an amendment on this as well, just in order to allow for them to be able to participate in a certain aspect, a certain terminology. Worked with CSA, worked with ADEQ, amendment was made, doesn't change, would not change Gila County's participation in it, but you need to make stakeholders happy, particularly in order to get signatures, right? 31, 16, and 1. We don't want to go through all this effort and then have something vetoed, so we want to work with everybody and be good partners in this. So that's what we've done. I'll stop there. Happy to answer any questions, but those are the kind of three of the main issues we've been working on for y'all this year.
Thank you, Todd and Andy. Supervisor Humphrey.
Yeah, one question on House Bill 2096. Part of the for that bill to put in, is it for a watershed area only, or is it just kind of going to be statewide?
My
on the
understanding,
cesspools?
yeah, I don't know the answer to that. My understanding is that if there is a cesspool in the state of Arizona, that obviously
Okay.
they're not being built now, but if it's already in existence, that the WIFA would be able to deal with that
Yeah,
cesspool.
because we're working some with them on some right now
Okay.
out in the Wheatfields area, but it's just for that watershed area. So that was the reason for my question, and that's fine that you don't have the answer. I was just curious. But I'd like to thank you very much for all the work that you have done for us on all of these bills going in, and working with Sylvia Allen is amazing. That she came in with boxing gloves on, and she called me, and I was able to get with Marin, and so Marin and her accounting skills and working with the state, we were able to get her lots of information. And I had a meeting with the Mayor Globe and Mayor Miami, and they have all of their financials as well. So we were quickly able to help her get the information that she was seeking. So as she digs for funding, she has a goal for it to show of what we're really needing. So it's amazing that she stepped in the way she did, and I thank you, gentlemen, very much for working with her and for working on the blight bill. Yeah, they all laughed when I stood up and says, I live an hour and a half away and it's taken me 8 years to get here. So they all kind of chuckled on that. So it's amazing what it takes to get through, to get a bill up. And so I thank you, gentlemen, very, very much for all your help.
Thank you, Supervisor Klein.
Andy and Todd, thank you both. You do a lot of work and you're a big help to us, so really appreciate all your dedication and willingness to jump in there and work on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks again. You guys, yeah, it's difficult working with the legislature. You were saying it's really always a moving target, and so hopefully we can get some money for the flood and all that. Thanks for keeping it all alive.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll take a cough drop and go to item 2B, another presentation by the Arizona Auditor General's Office regarding the Gila County fiscal year 2025 financial and single audit results and findings. And we have with us here today Terrence Stangl and Daniel Hunt from the Auditor's Office. Welcome.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chairman Christensen, members of the board, County Manager Menlove. I am Terrence Stengel, the Financial Audit Manager that was responsible for overseeing the Gila County audits. And joining me today, as you said, is Dan Hunt, who was the Deputy Financial Audit Manager on the audit. Thank you for inviting us to join your regular meeting today and to present our audit results and findings for Gila County. I will provide you information on our audit that we are here to discuss. I will also go through a 5-year financial trends and highlights, and Dan will discuss our audit findings and results. And it is great to see all of you. Can I move it? Okay, sorry. Okay, similar to previous presentations with the board, we are here today in accordance with Arizona Revised Statutes 11661, which directs the County Board of Supervisors to require its auditors, which is our office, to present audit results and any findings to the board in a regular meeting without the use of a consent agenda and within 90 days at the completion of the audits. This is a great opportunity for us as your auditors to be in front of you and to provide information about our work and to answer any questions that you may have. Each year, the county signs what we call an engagement terms and conditions. This document outlines both your county's responsibility and our responsibility regarding the financial statement and federal audits. Highlighted for you on this slide are some of the key responsibilities, including conducting your audits in accordance with the various auditing standards that we use. We obtain reasonable assurance about whether the county's financial statements are free of material misstatement. While reasonable assurance is high, it is not an absolute level of assurance. With that being said, there's always a risk that we may not identify material misstatements and noncompliance when it's higher due to fraud, or if there were a lack of internal controls, or there's collaborative effort to commit fraud and override of those controls. We communicate to you and your management team any significant matters for both financial statement and federal compliance audits, including expressing our opinions regarding your financial statement and your federal warrants. In fiscal year 2025, House Bill 2369 revised the powers and duties of the Auditor General's Office to include a procedural review to be completed on the County Treasurer's offices. This review is separate from the audit that we are presenting with you today, as that audit is currently in progress. The key county responsibilities are similar but different, including providing us with accurate financial statements and financial information in accordance with accounting principles and federal requirements, providing fraud representations. We receive formal communication stating that they are responsible for preventing fraud and have told the auditors about any known or suspected fraud, and they have not hidden any material information. We send a fraud representation letter to the chairman of the board and also to county management. Additionally, the county is responsible for taking corrective action on audit findings, which includes providing a written corrective action plan that is included within the audit report, and also providing a summary schedule of prior audit findings. And finally, the county is responsible for providing any unrestricted access to staff, documentation, information systems, and any resources necessary to complete the audit. This also includes meeting deadlines that were previously agreed to at the beginning of the audit. Today, we will be discussing our audit work on our 3 required annual reports. This includes your annual financial report, a report on internal control and noncompliance, which is included within your single audit report, and then the single audit report. And as we have done in the past, every time we've completed one of our annual reports, we email you a link to these reports. All 3 reports were issued on March 31st, 2026. The first report was the county's annual financial report. This presents the county's annual financial statements and our opinion on them. For fiscal year 2025, we reported an unmodified or a clean opinion, which means the county's financial statements are reliable, which is a good thing. The second report is the report on internal control and noncompliance. This is where we report any findings and recommendations from our audit on the county's financial statement audits. We reported 4 findings on that in the report on internal control and noncompliance that Dan will present to you shortly. Finally, the third and final report is the single audit report. This includes our assessment of the county's compliance with federal requirements over each federal program that we are required to audit. The objective of the audit is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether material noncompliance with the compliance requirements occurred, whether due to fraud or error, and express an opinion on the county's compliance based on that audit. For fiscal year 2025, we reported unmodified opinions on all 3 federal programs that we audited. We did report 1 single audit finding that Dan will present to you shortly. Before we discuss the audit findings, I would like to go over some report highlights with you. And we know that these reports can be rather lengthy and complex, and we do prepare a highlights. Yours was a 4-page summary that you should have received with the reports. This included key financial information and summary of all the audit findings. This graph highlights the 5-year trend of the county's revenues, expenses, and its net position. The county's revenues have ranged over the last 5 years from a low of $71.5 million in fiscal year 2021 to a high of $93.8 million in fiscal year 2023. In fiscal year 2025 revenues, they were $91.4 million, which consisted primarily of your property taxes, your federal and state grants, shared sales taxes, and county sales tax. There were no significant changes in revenues between fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. Expenses have continued to increase from a low in fiscal year 21 of $71.3 million to a high of $85.8 million in 2025. The county's primary expenses consist of general government, public safety, health and welfare, and highways and streets. The only significant change was an increase of $2.4 million in general government expenses, which was primarily due to salary increases in fiscal year 25. And as you can see, there's a black bar line, and that consists of your net position, often referred to as your reserves. It is lower than both your current revenues and your expenses. The county's overall net position did increase by $5.7 million in fiscal year 25. The total net position for the county is $51.5 million as of June 30th, 2025. It is important to note, however, that not all of that net position is spendable. $51 million is considered invested in capital assets. $47.6 million of that balance is restricted, and there was an unrestricted balance of $47.1 million, which was primarily due to the pension liability, which was $37.2 million at the end of fiscal year 25. Finally, I would like to highlight some of the county's federal expenditures that are presented each year in our single audit report. You can see from the table the 4 largest agencies that the county has received federal grants were from the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Agriculture, Department of Treasury, and the Department of Homeland Security. In fiscal year 25, your federal expenditures increased $1 million, and this was primarily due to the county receiving new funding for the Hazard Migration Grant, which they spent $1.4 million from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. I will now turn it over to Dan, and he's going to walk through our 5 financial statement findings with you and our 1 single audit finding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before I discuss the findings reported in fiscal year 25 audits, we're going to like to go over the county's progress in correcting the prior year audit findings. Our auditing standards require us to follow up on all prior year audit findings until they have been fully corrected. In 2024, we reported 5 financial statement findings and 1 federal finding. The 5 financial statement findings were related to not properly restricting access to 10 of its bank accounts to only authorized signers, and the county fully corrected this finding. Not properly ensuring the monies spent on food, beverages, and other purchases were proper. This finding was partially corrected, and I will update you on the remaining information a little bit shortly. Awarding $30,500 to organizations without ensuring the monies were used for economic development. We determined that the county did follow up with these organizations, and this finding has been fully corrected during 2025. We reported 2 IT findings, one over managing risk that was partially corrected, and the other over access controls that was not corrected, and I'll go over those in a moment. One federal compliance finding was related to the county not maintaining documentation that vendors who were paid with coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery fund monies had not been suspended or debarred by the federal government. This finding was not corrected by the county, and I will go over some of the findings that we have in this year's report. Now moving on to the fiscal year 25 audit findings and recommendations included in the single audit report on internal control and compliance, which is where you will find the financial statement findings along with the county's responses to them. The first finding reported was the county treasurer's office did not safeguard monies collected, dispersed, and invested on behalf of the county and the local governments, which increased the risk of fraud, misuse, and loss of public monies. In our audit, we noted that the treasurer's office did not physically safeguard cash and check collections, properly segregate employee responsibilities, complete daily and monthly bank and investment account reconciliations during the period November 24 through June 25th, and that was not completed until December of 2025. And they did not obtain the board's approval for investment advisor services, which is required by county policy. Within our report, we included 15 recommendations for the county for the treasurer's office to correct this finding. This includes the 5 key recommendations of develop and implement comprehensive policies and procedures over collecting, dispersing, and investing monies, perform timely, accurate daily and monthly reconciliations with documented supervisory review, follow the required procurement process for investment advisor services and obtain board approval, train employees on their job responsibilities, and separate employees' responsibilities to safeguard cash in all investments. The county anticipated correcting this finding and implementing the recommendations by June 30th, 2027. The second financial finding reported the county did not ensure that $2,955 of public money spent on purchasing cards were for authorized county purposes, resulting in a risk of misuse of public monies. For example, we noted that the county did not always document travel expenditures that exceeded county policy and that were most economically beneficial. They also did not include proper approvals, and purchasing card expenditure support was sometimes missing. Although improvements were made from our prior year finding, this finding is similar to 2024-02 and which was been initially reported in 2017. Within our report, we made 10 recommendations to the county for correcting this finding. These include 5 key recommendations of following travel policy requirements to only issue exceptions for individual under extraordinary circumstances, update and implement changes to its policies and procedures over purchasing cards, review approval of purchasing card transactions and approve supporting documentation is maintained, and monitor compliance with updated policies and procedures. Also train card holders and approvers on the policies and procedures. The county reported it planned to correct these findings by June 30th, 2026. Our third finding reported that the county's process for managing and documenting its risks may put its IT operations, systems, and data at unintended risk of potential harm. Specifically, we determined that the county did not identify, classify, and inventory sensitive information that might need stronger access and security controls. This finding is similar to a prior year audit finding 2024-04 and was initially reported in 2016. Within our report, we included the following 2 recommendations for the county: to implement its data inventory processing to identify, classify, and inventory the county's sensitive information, and evaluate and manage the risks of holding sensitive information by identifying, classifying, and inventory the information the county holds, to assess where stronger access and security controls may be needed to protect the data in accordance with state and federal regulations. The county anticipated correcting this finding and implementing its recommendations by June 30th, 2026. The final financial statement finding reported in the county's control was over IT that were not sufficient to increase the risk of system data. Specifically, we determined that the county lacked sufficient controls, procedures over restricting access, managing system configurations and changes, security systems and data, and ensuring operations continue. This finding is similar to the prior year audit finding 2024-05 and was initially reported in 2014. Go to the next slide, yeah. Within our report, we included 8 recommendations for the county to correct this finding. These include the 5 key recommendations of implementing its comprehensive IT policies and procedures and monitor employees' adherence to follow those policies, restrict IT access to systems and data and review data center access for appropriateness, follow the documented patch management process, provide all employees with ongoing IT training over security risks, and train employees responsible for implementing and testing the contingency plan. The county anticipated correcting these findings and implementing these recommendations by June 30th of 2026. Now I'll go to our federal compliance finding report in the single audit report. The county received and spent monies for the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds program. For this program, the county did not maintain documentation that it verified one vendor, which was paid $623,000, had not been suspended or debarred by the federal government, increasing the risk that it paid federal monies to an unallowable vendor. In accordance with federal regulations, The county is required to verify vendors paid over $25,000 in federal funding have not been suspended or debarred. We performed additional audit work to verify that this vendor was appropriate. This finding is similar to our prior audit finding 2024-101 and was initially reported last year in 2024. We made three recommendations to correct this finding. First, verify and maintain documentation that vendors who are paid more than $25,000 are not suspended or debarred. Develop policies and procedures to verify vendor status with the federal government before making purchases, and to maintain documentation of the verification in the procurement files. The county reported it anticipates correcting in this finding and implementing these recommendations by June 30th, 2026. I want to thank Chairman Christensen, members of the board, County Manager Menlove, and also like to thank the county staff for their cooperation during our audits. We have a very professional and good working relationship with them, and we appreciate their help. This completes our presentation of the county's audits. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, both of you. Supervisor Humphrey.
Yeah, I guess with your findings, I don't have any questions of you, but I may have some questions of staff, but thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Klein.
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you
for
so
that
much.
report. Appreciate you coming. Drive safe. All right. So, let's move on to our item number 3, which is the regular agenda items. 3A is information, discussion, action to approve an economic development agreement number 2026-0266 between Gila County and the Mogollon Valley Pit Program Incorporated in the amount of $5,000 to assist with covering the cost of automotive repairs for their 1984 Caterpillar 950B that is used to clear brush and other biofuels from various Gila County communities, which the board has determined to be for the benefit of the public. This is my item. Frank, please come up. Frank is in charge and the overseer, the captain, if you will, of the Mogollon Valley Pit Program.
Yes, sir.
That we also call the Blattner Pit.
Brush Pit. Yep.
Yes, and thank you. And so he came asking for some assistance to do some repairs on the Caterpillar that they have. And so this will be out of my constituent funds.
Okay.
So
Thank you
Frank,
very
tell
much.
us what you're needing there.
Well, Frank Aspeslaw, I've been running the Blattner Brush Pit for a little over 10 years now. And first of all, I want to thank you for your donations last year for the new tires for the wheel loader. That was a big help. Thank you very much. January 5th, Leland & Sons, they are a company that comes out and do the chipping of all of our material. And all that material is taken up to Snowflake to the Nova power plant and used for biofuel. So this January, when they chipped, they took out 3,250 tons, which was 65, if you go by pounds, that was almost 65 million pounds of chips. And just people from all the community bring Firewise material into our pit. So a year ago, we had 2,210 tons, which is 52 loads. So we are growing. And so people are more thinking of the Firewise, and so we're doing great on that part of it. So that was a record high for us, 65 loads. When we first started doing this 4 years ago, I believe it was 4 or 5 years ago, man, we're excited because we did 20 loads. And it's like, wow, so this is where we're at now. So one of the issues came up this year, though, is the Nova power plant is no longer accepting pine needles or leaves. I mean, it's on the branches, that's fine, but these big 14-foot dump trailers look like loaves of bread when they dump them. They can't accept that anymore. What we're told was that they run those through the boiler, they use the chips, wood chips and all, and the pine needles come through and they flash real fast. And so when they flash fast, then the boiler pressure goes up. So they need to maintain the boiler pressure with constant wood chips instead of leaves and pine needles and stuff like that. So there has been another problem we're having is The only place that people can get rid of the pine needles now is the Gila County dump. The pine pit is closed down for that, for the same reason, because if they put pine needles in, they have to burn their pile. They can't be used for biofuel. So that's the only thing. But there's problems been on the Facebook community page and stuff of people being caught dumping the pine needles in the forest. So that's going to be a problem with that. So with the funds we requested, it's going to help us, help us and the community in Gila County. We're going to have to figure out a way to do this. Either we have to pay for the roll-off dumpsters and people can dump them in the dumpster, because let's say at least 40% of our people that come in are pine needles and leaves. Tunnel Basin, all that area, all that stuff, Coles Ranch, they do their Firewise, and there's tons of it up there. So that's about where we're at right now.
Thank you, Frank, and I'm sorry, Supervisor Klein, I had forgotten that you had offered to pay for half of this, so,
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you want me to.
yeah. I think you were already asked that, so
Was I?
you're committed.
Okay.
You're committed.
I
So,
appreciate it very much.
Yeah. And so this is largely an operation that is up in both of our areas, so Supervisor Humphrey, any comments?
No, I think it's a great program. My question is your pit on private property or Forest
No,
Service?
it's Forest Service land.
So it's something you have got an agreement with the Forest Service to
Correct.
be able to do a pit there,
Yes.
and
yes.
then you maintain it?
Yes, we have a 5-acre fenced-in area, and then, well, according to the Forest Service, what we do inside there, they don't care, but obviously the outside. So we've done a lot of improvements. We built a firewall around the whole perimeter of it, roughly 10 to 15 feet tall, in case there's a fire in there. It's going to hold it inside the pit instead of going out to the forest. And
Yeah. Well, good. Yeah, the reason I was asking is because something like that would be good down here, because we get a lot of stuff in our landfill. And,
Yeah.
and so, to be able to, and then out by Roosevelt, they have brush pits on the Forest Service that they burn every once in a while. But
Yeah.
locally, right here around Globe, Miami, we don't have a brush pit or anything.
Really.
So-
The thing is, the biggest thing with the brush pit, it has to be monitored. You know,
Sure.
it's like, we check our loads, stuff like that, but 2 years ago, someone put in a crankshaft and a rotor of a car in there, and the chipper caught it and ripped the teeth out of the chipper. So
Right.
we ended up having to buy new teeth for the chipper and stuff
Right.
like that. But like the county dump, it's not monitored, like people watching what's going in there. So a lot of times people bring other than branches and stuff like that, and so then they can't get that chip, so they end up burning it.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of the landfill. I was thinking of something separate from the landfill, so.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank
it's
you.
a great thing. It's the Nova Power Plant's always asking for material.
Yeah.
And then this trip that they just did us on where they chipped us, they actually allowed only 12 loads because they had so much. 12 loads a day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's pretty amazing. So that means that's a lot of materials coming from the forest that hopefully it's not going to catch on fire.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Klein?
Frank, on this, I guess you guys load those trucks with that loader, huh? Is that what you do?
No, there's a chipper. If you go on our website, BlattnerBrushPit.com, there's a website there and it shows how they do it. They have a chipper. It's a 1,200 horsepower drum chipper.
Okay.
And then they load it into open bed semi-truck trailers. Those 45, 48 foot, whatever those things are. And they dump it into that, and then they take it to Nova Power Plant. They drive up on a rack, what I understand. They drive up on a rack that's locked down, turn the engine off because they didn't turn it off one time, and they tip it upright. And so the oil didn't get picked up and wiped out motors.
Oh, yeah.
So they tip it, and the back end of the trailer comes out, and all that material dumps into a big chute.
So I know equipment costs can be pretty high.
Yeah.
So is your loader holding up all right? I mean,
It's 1984. I love the thing to death. I mean, if you see it, it's well taken care of. I mean, we're doing it with Empire Cat doing the maintenance on it. They do a yearly maintenance, that's like $2,800 to do the yearly maintenance on, change all the oils and filters and all that stuff. They just came out and did a year on it. Last year, we had a broken pin on the bucket. It actually wore in half. It was because it's used and nobody greased it apparently before we got it. We got it from the Nova County. And we had that repaired. And, man, things works like a champ. I mean, it's old, but it's so old, it doesn't even have an off switch. You have to pull the gas pedal up to turn it off. That's how old it is. But I do have a friend that has a newer one with his big computer screen and all this stuff. And he's a rah, 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 poop, 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 rah, 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 poop, and finally starts. Ours is like click and it starts. It's like, that is a good tractor. It's
thank
not
you.
using oil, so we're happy.
Thank you, Frank.
Okay.
Thank you, Frank, and all of your volunteers.
Yep.
You do a great
We
thing
have a lot
for
of
the
good
area.
volunteers.
Yeah.
We have roughly around 12 that are constant volunteers there.
Yeah.
It's been a good operation for us, for the county too.
It's been exceptionally good, so thank you so much, and with that, I'll call for a motion.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Economic Development Agreement number 2026-0266 between Gila County and the Mogollon Valley Pit Program Incorporated as presented, and which the board has determined to be for the benefit of the public.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you very
Frank.
much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
Thank
yeah.
you. Take care.
Take care. 3B, information, discussion, action to approve another economic development agreement, number 2026-0271. It's between Gila County and the Payson Art League, doing business as Rim Country Artists in the amount of $1,500. It's to assist with the event cost of the Rim Country Artist. It's the third annual Western Heritage and Film Festival, which the board has determined to be for the benefit of the public. Once again, my constituent funds on this with us today, we have from the artist group is Elizabeth Bauer. Tell us what this money is used for.
Sorry, did you say something to me?
Good morning.
Well, last year, thank you very much for $1,500 being given to Rim Country Artists for our Western Heritage and Film Festival. We had requested the same amount this year to help us rent the Sawmill Theater, which will cost us $2,000 for the week of August 8th through 18th. We're having quite the festival with a film every day, starting off with Saturday matinee. We're having a free event for children and families, much like the old BOS and Latino show. We're showing the Spirit of the Cimarron. During the week, we're going to have a bunch of very classic, wonderful films with introductions. And Thursday, we'll be having a film, and we're having cowboy poetry. And then on Friday, we're showing new films. We have had 35 submissions for our very first year of accepting new films. We've narrowed it down. All the submissions are in. We'll have our final vote in a week. We have two very outstanding ones that have already been selected, but we can't announce them yet. Those artists will be coming to Payson. Then the next day, we're going to have speaker Bob Bosbell, who's from True West Magazine, national magazine. We've taken out with the town of Payson and with the rodeo committee an ad in the national magazine, which will be promoting Gila County's town of Payson and our two major events here. He'll be speaking, Bob Boswell will be speaking, reflecting on the Searchers, which will show immediately afterwards, classic film. And that night will be followed by a dance that we're partnering with the PPRC as a kickoff dance to Rodeo Week. That will be held at Mackey's. And then the following day we'll have another classic movie. Oh, by the way, that dance we're going to have a wonderful local band. And then on Tuesday we're going to have a film and a closeout concert with the Carpinos and some guest artists. So we're incredibly excited about this layout. And then in the spring, we're going to have another event ahead of the rodeo with the Gary Hart Rodeo. So we're super excited to be expanding our festival, and with the help of the county, your gracious kindness, we are lifted up to do so.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Supervisor Humphrey.
No questions.
Supervisor Klein.
I'm good.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and I think it's going to be a great event. So with that, I'm going to call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve Economic Development Agreement Number 2026-0271 between Gila County and Payson Art League doing business as Rim Country Artists as presented, and which the board has determined to be for the benefit of the public.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second to approve. Those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you, Elizabeth, for coming.
Thank you.
What's this? Okay. All right. Thank you. We're going to move to our next item, which is we're going to move forward. I'm sorry. Aye. Correct. 3I. This is information, discussion, action. Tiffany, got something on your mind?
No, she was the next before you
What was
moved
the
up.
next? I'm sorry.
So
Tiffany.
Tiffany, yeah, you,
You need, okay, you're on a time constraint?
Yeah, I've got court right now in 7 minutes.
Let's get you in here then. 3C, information, discussion, action to approve professional services contract, number 020326, public fiduciary legal services, guardianship, conservatorship, and probate matters with the law offices of John S. Perlman, LLC, for the term of May 11th, 2026 through May 10th, 2027, for a term amount not to exceed $65,000. Go.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. You have before you the action to approve professional services contract for John Perlman.
Thank you. Supervisor Humphrey.
and he's been there for quite some time.
He's worked for me since 2002.
Yes, so that, yeah, I don't have any questions.
Supervisor Klein.
No, I don't either.
I'll call for a motion. Thank you.
Thank you
Mr.
so
Chair,
much.
I move to
appreciate it.
approve professional services contract number 020326 with the law office of John S. Perlman, LLC, as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second to approve. Those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you,
Thank
Tim.
you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. If everyone was that easy, we'd be done sooner. All right, 3I. Now we're there. Information, discussion, action to approve a contract. It's number CTR 061840-GC2 with the S.J. Anderson Company for their Rally Around the Flags project for the term of May 19th, 2026 through September of 26. Maximum compensation not to exceed $272,325.18. And with us today, it looked to me that there's a number of veterans that are in support of this that are in the TCM building in Payson. Also, the people involved in starting this project. This has been going on for several years, and we finally now have numbers. We finally have a plan. And today, Joseph, you're going to show us that plan, and then after that, I'm going to open it up to anybody that wishes to speak from Payson with regard to that. And there might be one or two. And then we'll open it up to the board. Go ahead, Joseph.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. As Chairman mentioned, this item is the Rally Around the Flags project at Tommy Klein Martin Complex in Payson. Following the board's previous approval of design services for $67,000, the project has now completed design and is ready to move into construction phase, if so approved by the board. The proposed construction scope includes installation of 9 flagpoles, pardon me, reinforced concrete foundation, lighting, electrical infrastructure, grading, and the site improvements necessary to support the overall project. The American flag will be established on a 50-foot pole. All the other flags will be on 35-foot poles. As the project progressed to the final design and contract pricing, we did everything we could to be able to scale that back to the baseline project, and that's the price point that we're looking at today for construction. But as we progress through these slides, we're also going to show you the larger vision that was created by some of the stakeholders as a contrast and consideration. So with that, we'll step into some of the slides here. Again, just a quick overview. This gives you a concept photo of what it could potentially look like in the front of TCM there, just off of the highway. This is also integrated so that it would tie into the monument that is already there for Hatch Knife. The complete site transformation. Here you're going to see the full project vision. If you notice down at the bottom, you're going to have ADA access. You're going to see in gray the ADA access, but also for anyone else that would want to walk the park, so to speak. And also along with each flagpole, there is an opportunity to put some kind of dedication or some kind of infograph at each pole. At the very end, you'll see the circle or the roundabout. That is where the American flag would be established, and then the Armed Forces flags positioned or cascaded down. We looked at offset distances from the highway, from a couple of other waterways that cut through there. So there was quite a few considerations that we take into account. The biggest thing that we take into account is the electrical. Of course, the illumination for the site would be significant, which would be also consideration beacon lighting, which would be cascading the light from the top of the pole onto the flag, versus interfering with any of the highway or any of the restrictions for lighting in the area. This is a very brief oversight or overview of the cost. The specialties, the flagpole materials and mast installation is roughly $196,000. General requirements, electrical, earthwork, and improvements, $137,000. Again, this $33,000, this is for that full vision that we just got done looking at. Again, just emphasizing some of the challenges and hurdles: site selection and lighting, utility hurdles, lead times and materials. This is an important note. We're going to do everything we can to land this on the 4th of July for the centennial. With that being said, there are some lead times and considerations once and if this contract is approved that we have to take into consideration. We're looking anywhere from 6 to 10 weeks for that lead time. So we're looking at also other opportunities such as November for potential days to celebrate if this was approved, to be able to open the site. However, the construction we would anticipate to be completed far before that time frame. This emphasizes the core deliverables if the project was approved today based off of the 2072. Again, 50-foot, 35-foot, all armed forces, full electrical. And something to really note on this is the poles are not just your standard run the flag up the pole. These are interior lanyards. These are very high quality, industrial, commercial strength. Especially being next to a highway, this is going to be a high-end product. Again, this is just an overview of the price that, if approved today, is what we'd be looking at. This is from the original cost. If we decided to go with the fuller vision, add this to that. If we went with the reduction, remove that from the overall. But again, it's important to note, if we remove it, we will not have the ADA parking, concrete sidewalk. The retention basin and drainage modifications would be reduced significantly. Signage and placards, the civic space, and landscaping would be removed if we did not go with this full vision. And this is just a quick overview of that, 18.3 reduction. Tentative time frame. Again, just a visual of what we were talking about just a minute ago, anywhere from that, around that 10-week time frame. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions. The supervisor question, right after the questions, if you wanted to have the veterans speak first, or I can take the questions now.
Okay, thank you. And if it's all right with the other supervisors, I would like to add a couple of comments because we were trying to work this through in a timely fashion. For July 4th, the 250th year of our country, I was pulled into the discussion more intensely to work with the original design planning so that we could move things forward in a timely fashion. That doesn't mean that we have to stick with this current design or plan. It is the one that has been developed. It doesn't mean that we have to go forward with it or not. This is all the decision of the board, okay? And so we have two figures just to make sure that everyone understands. We have a cutback, a fully implemented, complete project at $333,000 approximately, and we can cut that back by $61,000 if we don't do the sidewalks and some of the other amenities at the moment. And so that's the choices as far as funding goes, the price, I mean. And I have some things that I would like to offer in the discussion of funding, but we don't have to do that currently at the present moment. I just have some ideas on how we can pay for it and what that would cost. And so I do believe before we start our discussion, it would be beneficial if we had one or two members from the veterans community speak on this. And we do have Gary Morris with us, who has made a request to speak concerning the flag monument. So Gary, can you hear me? Come on forward, and I have you here. You're in favor of the issue, and you'd like to say a few words.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Gary Morris. My address is 5360 North Strawberry Lane, Strawberry. I'm an Air Force veteran and calling in support of the proposal for this monument. In the Payson region, there's more than 5,000 veterans. And the Payson is recognized as the flag capital of the state since 1992 for its efforts to display the flag. Flags originally started by kings and moved to countries. The American flag is unique to other countries in its design. Red stripes, for example, represent the sacrifice of blood. To vets, the flag is deeply sacred emblem. It represents the physical embodiment to the country that they swore to protect. The brotherhood among veterans should be is shared together. It's a monument, a tribute to fallen comrades, which is most important to veterans. It is the ultimate symbol of sacrifice and draws community respect. The service flags similarly represent camaraderie in the service branch. It represents shared sacrifice in the branch. It is a profound identity to veterans. It's important to display all the service branch flags as part of the American flag. And the local veterans take the flags seriously. As many may know, we maintain 3 very large flags at the 3 major entrances to Payson. One in the south, when we approach the town, one there at the Home Depot,
Thank you, Gary. And I would like Art Share to speak a few words. If you would, Art, I would like that because you are the one, and JJ is there with you, but you are the one, along with JJ, that has the original idea, concept, and you have collected $33,085 from the public over, and we're talking about dollars, $5, nickels, dimes, things like that. And so tell us what this means to you and et cetera. Thanks.
Thank you, Vince. Thank you for expecting to speak. Thank you very much, Supervisor Christensen, Supervisor Humphrey, Supervisor Klein, giving us the opportunity. I have to tell you, we said nickels and dimes, it just brings back something that a first grade class in May of 2023 collected $1,100, and we went there and took a picture of it, and that was nickels and dimes and quarters. And when you realize that it was the Lions Club that originally approached and got the Governor Fife Simonson, I was trying to remember his name, to go ahead and make Payson, Arizona the flag capital of the state of Arizona. I think that there's so much patriotism up here in the Rim Country like nowhere else. And I think it would, we have other people in the room, we have JJ, we have a two-star general, we have gentlemen representing a bunch of veterans. We are all together on this. I have to say that it originally started, it was considered a done deal. We first started with a couple of flags on top of the Tono Apache Indian Reservation, and then some problems came up there. They said yes, and then they changed their mind to another location on the reservation. Well, obviously, being on the reservation would be a heck of a lot cheaper than putting it in the county, city, or what have you. I got in front of the city of Payson, and way back 2023, I believe, and talked about this accepting, honoring the flag, honoring the city of Payson. There probably, and there may be more people that I appreciate what Gary Morris said, and I don't want to bore you, but I have to tell you that you cannot, until you belong to a veterans group, like Pleasant Valley Veterans Retreat, for example, that wouldn't be around if it wasn't for Representative Woody Klein and Kathy Melton. And there's just so much patriotism. And we need patriotism right now in this country more than we ever had. And we can't forget. And there are people that I talk to in all the different organizations that we took an oath. That oath still remains today. So it is a lot of money, but I can tell you long after we're gone, I'm 84 years old,
is J.J. DeCola.
Thank you for letting me speak up here for all you gentlemen. I'm at the Veterans Coffee Time many years ago. And originally, we had a flag on the top of the reservation promoting the patriotic elk. My wife took a picture of an elk looking at the flag that I had put in. It happened to be on private property, and that was my wife's property. And soon to be become a great place to put some flags. I himself said, JJ, can we put another flag up there? And I said, well, I'm not a tribal member, but I'll ask the tribal chair. And he came to the meeting and he gave us carte blanche for Calvin Johnson's chair of the tribe. And he gave us 100% cooperation. And so we proceeded to put the flag up. And it went from one flag to another flag to another flag. And on the reservation is Paul Burdett is a boat carver. And we wanted to include his flag on there. He's buried in the cemetery of Tonto Patrick Park. Well, we've dedicated a lot of time, Art and I and a few other gentlemen from the Rim Country Veterans Club, the Coffee Time, and we thank them for the fellows that helped us also. And we worked diligently to raise this money. And when I found out that Payson is such a patriotic town, all the mothers and grandmas and children, let me explain about the children. Teacher named Donna Summers had a first grade class of 35 first graders, and she spent 3 months promoting this flag with their children. And when they finally raised enough money, and the children raised the money, I'm talking nickels and dimes and whatever you want to call it, but they called it they come up to high school, Scott and I and our wives, and we walked into a bee's nest. There was all the dignitaries from the town, the mayor, the principals, and and they're all decorated about this rally around the flag. Well, they called Art and I up to receive a check. The check was $1,100 that the children raised. I'm getting teary-eyed because it made me really moving. I'm 92 years old, and I'm a Korean veteran in the Navy, and I went through some awful times myself. And when Art asked me to do this project, I was grateful to do it. And I don't want to mention my personal life and all, because everybody knows that I wrote my life story. And this flag situation is in the book from the beginning to the end. And the last thing I said in the book was, I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life to promote patriotism. So, I'm not trying to sell my book to anybody. It's a real good success. I got an audio book that'll come out. But this project was meant to be. This project was supposed to be on
JJ?
because of
JJ?
personal feelings about it was the children running along all the traffic. So that'd be a big concern. So gratefully, as Steve Christensen, we approached him. He said, "Let's see what we can do," and here we are. So thank you so much. I love talking about it, but I'll end it right now. And God bless America.
Thank you, JJ. That is 3 minutes for him. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, I'll be very brief. My name is Mike Imholtz. I am HOLZ, the Deputy Commander for Post 147. I'm also representing the Pace Military Honor Guard, Rim Country Veterans Coalition, and our Confidant Veterans, and we're all in support of this, and we will work hard to make sure that this is a success for all the residents of Gila County.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. So let me turn it over for discussion now on the board. Supervisor Humphrey.
No, I think it's a great project. Also it's a great addition to, up there where the Tommy Klein Martin building is. And also you don't get a lot of projects in your district, or have not at this point. So I also very much support you in a project in your district. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a good project. It's a good deal. We raked all that money together, not only what they donated, the 30-some odd thousand, but also there's money that came in from the county as well, all three of us, and I think some from you, Mr. Midlove, to get that design work done and get it out there and get it on paper. I don't know how much you guys are aware of it up there. Well, I know you know where I come from as far as veterans. I'm a huge supporter of all the veterans. I'm behind you 110%. Unfortunately, at the times we're in right now, is we have some financial issues here in the county. I don't know if you guys are aware of that or not, but we're sitting here with a lot of employees we weren't able to give their cost of living increases to this year. And we have all the flooding issues that we're dealing with, and we're looking at possibly borrowing as high as $18 million in the county to correct our flood damage. Now, one thing I got to tell you guys from my standpoint, ever since I've been in this chair, I have made the promise not to ever raise taxes, and I still hold to that promise. I'm not going to do it. With that being said, and as good of a project as this is, my idea is we've got the design, we've got it all on paper, right, Joseph?
Yes, sir.
It's all there. We know how costs will move in time or whatever, but we need to find some funding besides our general fund to pay for this. We need to be looking at grant money or something to come up and to push this project forward. And that's where I would lean, is that we've made the commitment and got the engineering done. Now we need to make the commitment and reach out there and see if there's any kind of military funding or whatever out there. And I can't help but think that there is. So that's where I would go. I'm not in favor of spending any general fund money on the project at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you, Supervisor. Let me give you a few thoughts and then we can talk about money. So it is my intention, if this is approved, that I will pay for the 2 sets of flags, 2 complete sets of flags out of my constituent funds. Okay, so that is not included in this price that you've given us. The flags were always going to be separate. And that's the ones that are, and that, right, Joseph? You're looking at me cross-eyed. No, the flags are not included in the pricing that you've given.
Intently listening, I understand.
Okay, so we have, through the Honor Guard, investigated the price to get the appropriate sizes and appropriate flags, American-made. They're out of California. And I can buy 2 complete sets of flags because they do wear out. That is basically the only part of the project that will be an ongoing maintenance issue. So what we were planning on doing with this flag project is to have the highest quality, to last the longest, and essentially become a one-time cost, a one-time fee, a one-time construction, not an ongoing high dollar amount annually. I am going to propose that we go ahead with it. And I'm gonna propose, and we'll decide as the board. My proposal is to do the entire project in full, the full vision. Get it done, get it over with, and just bite the bullet, whatever you wanna call it, do it. That's $333,500. If we don't wanna do that, we're only cutting it down $61,000 to not do the sidewalks, et cetera, which is $272,000. Okay. Now, I am committed enough to this project personally to where I would like to use some of my constituent funds to help. I can commit $33,000 presently in this current budget year, which ends pretty soon, June. Yes, I still have $33,000 left in my constituent funds. I also would like to commit the difference here, $62,000, $63,000, whatever, to complete, to get us up to the full project. If we do all that, the board is committed $15,000. There's $33,000, the commitments I've just given you, and we're going to be a reduction. I also agree with you, Supervisor Klein, that it should not come out of the general fund. So, Mr. Menlove, do you have anything to offer on how we would pay for this if it did not come out of the general fund?
If I may, is this turning into a work session, or is it just me?
Well, it's, I guess, partly a discussion session.
Yeah, but to me, that's what work sessions are for. This is
We're gonna,
action, so,
I think we just have a couple of choices we have to
Okay.
narrow down.
okay, we're good. I just thought.
And then we
that-
can vote. Yeah. So the difference that I'm looking at is, first of all, whether we fully fund it or we partially fund it. And Mr. Menlove, can you offer some options for us financially?
I believe there, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there could be a couple of options. We do have some LATCF funding that's, there's still a balance there, some money there, which is grant funding related to COVID. And secondly, we do have some reserves in our state lottery that we get $550,000 a year. We have some reserves there that potentially some funding could come from that source of money.
Okay. Thank you, Joseph, for all the work you've done. Supervisor Klein.
Mr. James, is what I'm hearing you say from LATCF and from the state lottery money, how much roughly would that be?
That we have available in LATCF, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Klein. I believe it's 5 million, 6 million.
Okay, so we could possibly look at this without coming out of the general fund.
Yes, sir.
Now that money, James, just asking, and Joe, shut me up if I'm wrong. We can't use that for cost of living increases or anything like that, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I'll call for a motion. The motion needs to reflect what we will be spending on this project.
From who, how much, to, because how do we know which is coming from what pot? To be able to do a motion, that's why I said it's turning into a work session. So somebody wanna do the math real quick for we can do a motion of what comes out of whatever pot you's recommended?
The
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Humphrey. So as far as I can tell, we have 33,000 contributions from the community, 15,000 from each, 5,000 from each board member in prior year constituent funds. Supervisor Christensen has committed 33,000. That leaves approximately the 272,000 that was around 270, which I would recommend coming from the lottery monies, the remainder.
The,
Supervisor Klein's turn.
I'm sorry?
I think it's Supervisor Klein's turn.
I don't make,
This is the fully funded, this is the partially funded.
Okay, James, so we're coming out of the lottery money. Okay, let me find where I'm at. Okay, I make a motion to approve contract number CTR 061840-GC2 with the S.J. Anderson Company for the Rally Around the Flags project for the term of May 19th, 2026 through September 1st, 2026, with the maximum compensation. Joseph, that is one thing I'm gonna keep an eye on. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Not to exceed 333,000, what was the rest of it? $333,546.98, with which $272,325.18 will be coming out of the county's lottery fund, and the remainder will be coming out of Supervisor Christensen's constituent fund. Is that close enough, Joe?
Okay,
Second it.
we have a motion and a second to approve. Those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Looks like we have a project.
Did they get muted, or is there just not any excitement?
There's excitement. Where are we, Maren? Oh my gosh.
I think we're on D.
I got stuff everywhere here. Maren, we're on 3D. Information, discussion, action to review and approve amendment number 1 to professional services contract number 090824, Tyler Eagle, New World Crosswalk Development with the Robert C. Hemming, extending the contract term through October 29th, 2026, and increasing the not to exceed contract amount to $72,000. Maren.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Humphrey, Supervisor Klein. I'll keep this short. We have invested 507.5 hours so far in this crosswalk between the Treasurer's Office and Finance, and we are requesting additional capacity from 49,000 to 72,000, and to extend the contract through the end of October. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Humphrey.
Yeah, I have no question.
Supervisor Klein.
Maren, where's this crosswalk at?
So it is a digital crosswalk that will allow the Treasurer's Department and the Finance Department to reduce the number of hand-keyed entries daily by automating that.
I remember, so I just didn't make sure. So thank you
Yes.
for that.
Digital crosswalk. I've never heard that one before. Yeah.
It does not add to your daily steps on your your Fitbit.
Thank you. With that, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve amendment number 1 to professional services contract number 090824 with Robert C. Hemming as presented.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second to approve. Those in favor say aye.
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 Nay.
1 nay, and that would be Supervisor Humphrey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maren. 3E, information, discussion, action to approve various intergovernmental agreements to jointly cooperate in Gila County's 2026 Summer Youth Work Employment Program with the following entities. The Town of Miami would be for $23,514. Town of Hayden, $23,514. Town of Winkleman, $23,514. Town of Payson, $15,676. Hayden Winkleman Unified School District, $39,190. And Young Public School, $7,838. Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning, Chairman Christensen, Supervisor Klein, Supervisor Humphrey. It's that time of year again for the summer work program. The dates this year, kids will start working on June 1st through July the 10th, a full 6 weeks. They will be paid, minimum wage went up to $15.15 in Arizona this year. So they'll get $15.15 plus employee-related costs. As I said, the program is for 6 months. I just got hot off the press this morning from Larissa in HR We have a total of 130 applicants. Job posting closed yesterday, so we have 130 across the county. It's the biggest influx we've ever received, total job applications. For Globe Miami, we have 66 applications. For Payson, Payson's always been a problem area for us. We were lucky some years if we got 4 or 5 applications. This year we have 22. So, and we have, I believe, up there we have 14 jobs available. Hayden and Winkleman, we received 36, which is down just a little bit, and for Young, we received 2. So if you have any, one of the highlights I wanted to provide, you should always have a transition plan. So this year, I spoke with Josh Beck, Director of the Health Department, and Josh's staff is shadowing us this year in the process, and next year they will take over doing the summer work program with doing the IGAs out to the various communities and the school districts. They'll be taking over like the interviewing with HR, with Larissa, so that I'll be transitioning out of it after this year, and then somebody else will be taking it over. So if you have any questions after that, I'd be happy to answer them. Actually, interviews are starting Friday in Payson. Friday in Payson and Young, and then next week we'll do Hayden, Winkleman, and Globe Miami. So they're all ready to start by June 1st.
Thank you, Kathy, for all you do. Supervisor Humphrey?
Yeah, thank you. I remember when we all started this, it was small and we funded it out of constituent funds. And so who is the funding of it now?
Funding of it now comes from lottery funds.
Yeah, from the lottery funds.
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor?
And then it comes from the different departments. So the positions that we have available, that we have various departments that do it, the IGAs come from lottery funds to the communities and the school districts, but then departments fund out of their unfilled positions, county departments.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Klein?
Thanks, Kathy. Kathy's worked hard on this for a long time, and it's been a real good program for the county. A lot of these kids really depend on it, so I'm glad to see we're going to be able to do it again, and thank you.
Yeah, we had a lot of departments step up this year, so that's really helped, especially since we have such a large number of applications.
Thank you, Kathy. With that, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve various intergovernmental agreements to jointly cooperate in Gila County's 2026 Summer Youth Work Employment Program with the following entities: Town of Miami, $23,514; Town of Hayden, $23,514; Town of Winkleman, $23,514; Town of Payson, $15,676; Hayden Winkleman Unified School District, $39,190; and Young Public School is $7,838.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second to approve. Those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Item 3F, information, discussion, action to approve professional services contract number 041226, grant writing services, Russell Road Project with Kimberly Horn and Associates, Incorporated, for a term of May 19th, 2026 through May 18th, 2027, and a contract amount not to exceed $62,080. Matt, you're presenting?
I am, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, thank you. And Supervisor Klein, Supervisor Humphrey. I'm presenting this on behalf of Tom Goodman. He is here in Payson. This project is for the Russell Road. We applied for the Arizona Smart Grant, and one of the conditions for that $1 million grant that we had was we had to apply for construction funding. And so we sent out for proposals for Kimberly Horn, for Ardura, and one other firm provided a proposal for grant writing services to identify grants and apply for construction grants on our behalf. And so we're bringing this to your approval to award the contract to Kimberly Horn to help us in the grant design services.
Thank you, Matt. Supervisor Humphrey?
Yeah, on our first grant for design, at what percentage are we on the design at this point?
At this point, we are, Tom, jump in if I'm wrong, but we're up at 90%.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Klein?
I'm good, Matt, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. So This is to write the grant. We don't have our own grant writers to do this.
We do, but this is more of a specialized grant for transportation grants that Kimley Horn is more familiar with. And plus the existing workload that Amy Staten has for the other grants. We figured since time is of the essence, we have to apply for construction funding by September. We figured it would be better to go out for bid to have somebody that can focus just on this rather than the other grants that Amy is working on.
Spend money to make money, right? Okay, thank you, Matt. With that, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve professional services contract number 041226 with Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated as presented.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second to approve. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Item 3G, information discussion action to approve contract number CTR 059315-GC1 with Courtesy Chevrolet in the purchase of the number 2026 Chevrolet Silverados, the 1500 model 4x4 police pursuit vehicles for the Gila County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $386,350.40. David LaForge presenting, and we also have with us Cole Labonte.
So, Chairman, members of the board, I'm here today to seek approval to utilize the state contract CTR 059315-GC1 with Courtesy Chevrolet to purchase 4 new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 4x4 police pursuit vehicles for the Gila County Sheriff's Office. Due to time constraints and order windows closing soon, this is the only way to ensure we get the patrol vehicles that are needed this fiscal year. These vehicles will be used for Sheriff's Office patrol and will replace older, higher mileage vehicles. Just to offer a little bit of background information here, prior to the procurement, the Sheriff's Office and members of my staff conducted an operational evaluation of multiple law enforcement vehicle platforms, including analysis of maintenance history, life cycle reliability, total cost of ownership, parts availability, serviceability, deputy safety considerations, payload capacity, and compatibility with patrol outfitting requirements. Based upon that evaluation, we all concluded that the 2026 Chevy Silverado would be the best fit for patrol vehicles this fiscal year. Knowing that the order windows are closing soon, we researched Chevrolet dealerships in Arizona that had state contracts and requested bids. We opted to go with Courtesy Chevrolet because they came in with the lowest bid. If you have any questions, Captain Labonte or myself are here to answer them.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Humphrey.
I have no questions. I've spoke with Cole, and so I'm good.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
That's what you wanted, Cole?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what to do with this, and we're very happy that we're at this point in the game right now. So,
okay, cool. Thanks.
Yep, I have no questions. With that, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve contract number CTR 059315 GC1 with Courtesy Chevrolet for the Gila County Sheriff's Office as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second to approve. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Item 3H is information, discussion, action to authorize the advertisement of invitation for bids number GIL IFB 2026004 leachate evaporation pond liner repair for the Russell Gulch and the Buckhead Mesa landfills. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Klein, Supervisor Humphrey. As you know, we have 2 operating landfills, one in Payson, the Buckhead Mesa, the other one is Russell Gulch. Both of those landfills have a leachate evaporation pond, which is to protect the groundwater, and those are lined with an HDPE liner. We discovered in January 2025 that the liners in both locations are leaking, and so there's more infiltration down into not into the groundwater, but down into the sump where we pump everything out. And so we need to repair those. We need to repair the liners in both locations so that we can come back into compliance with the ADEQ requirements that we have for pumping. The Russell Gulch landfill has two phases for it. The first phase is for the inspection of the existing liner to identify any locations that are leaking. And the second to that is repair the existing liner, or as a bid alternate, to replace the liner so that we can come back into compliance. The Buckhead Mesa location, we've identified the location where the leachate pond was leaking from, and so we've identified it. We've isolated the elevation to that, and then that's just a simple repair. And so we're requesting to advertise for bids to come in to have that prepared, to have those liners repaired and the new liner installed for Russell Gulch. And this is the first step in the procurement process.
Thank you. Supervisor Humphrey.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull this for a work session. I've been asking for a work session for the landfills past, present, and future for I don't know how long. And so I would like to have more information, especially if we've known since January of 2025. So I would like to have a work session on this, but that's my 2 cents worth.
Okay. Thank you. Is that a motion?
Well, you guys can talk about it if you want, and then you can ask for a motion. It's up to you.
Thank you. Supervisor
Chair.
Klein.
Matt, we know that these liners are leaking. Is there a clock ticking on when we get this fixed?
There is.
And what's the time frame?
We responded to ADEQ back in April that we had our plan in place to replace those. So 90 days, we need to be moving forward with this.
Back in April, we were supposed to have a 90-day plan.
Yes.
So I don't disagree with Supervisor Humphrey having a work session and discussing these things, but I do know that ADEQ is a little hard to deal with if you're behind on these.
Yes, and we have been communicating with the Department of Environmental Quality in that we are proposing the plan, the remediation plan, the mitigation plan. They have approved that, so we are moving forward with the repairs on that.
And I do know how long it takes to have a work session. So,
Ever. Takes forever.
but I guess in my opinion is that I don't want to place the county in jeopardy with ADEQ when we know we have a leak in these liners. That's just where I'm at. I'd like to have that discussion, you know, when that comes around. But no, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So I remember discussion about this. I thought we already fixed them. I have no doubt that they're in need of repair, though. That's a moot point. Right now, we're voting on whether to put out an invitation for bid.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Menlove, do we have a projection of when this work session will occur?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I do not at this time, but I can have it by the end of the week, of what day we will have that.
Okay. So what I'm going to recommend is we go ahead and authorize the invitation for bids and put together a work session before we make the decision of spending the money. Okay?
Understood.
So I will call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to authorize the advertisement invitation for bids number GIL IFB 2026-004 as presented.
Then I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
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 Nay.
One nay. Supervisor Humphrey. We need to pull together this work session ASAP.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our regular agenda items. Consent agenda items 4, A through J. Yes. Supervisor Humphrey, would you like to discuss one or more?
No, I would just like to say that there are 6 waivers for the tax exemption, and those are because they didn't fill out the paperwork in time. So that's just another batch. So just letting the public know, because it's on consent and they wouldn't know otherwise. So that's all I have.
Thank you. And just to make a note, we do have our assessor, Sherika C. here, if there's any questions regarding that. So
No,
I'm glad we're able to do it this way.
Yeah, I didn't pull it. Good.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Klein.
I'm good to go.
I'll call for motion then to approve the consent agenda items A through J.
So moved.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Call to the public, item number 5. Lisa, anyone in Payson? No.
She's by herself.
Cassandra? And anyone here in Globe that wishes to speak to the board at this time? No. I'll close that item, and we'll do our summary of current events, item number 6. Mr. Menlove.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in our September 2nd, 2025 board meeting, the Board of Supervisors approved adoption of proclamation number 202508 proclaiming support of the designation of the L.F. Quinn Memorial Highway. This is 77 down towards Hayden Winkleman. So that portion from the highway here down south was to be designated as L.F. Quinn. We have received a request from Ryan Erforth, a research support staff for the Arizona State Board of Geographic and Historic Names for public comment on that. They're getting ready to adopt it and looking for public comment if there is any. So I'm hopefully making you aware that there is this request. They're getting close to, I think in the July, the end of July, that the ADOT board would adopt this if they choose to do so. So that is one. I did want to say that I did go to Payson last Thursday and attended a grand opening for an addition to an apartment complex there, 40 additional units, and they were all gone within days of them opening up for rental. So when I was there at that, went on a tour of the units. They're beautiful, fantastic, a great addition to the community of Payson. Talked to several people there, and they made high praise to Gila County of the work that's being done throughout Gila County by you as Board of Supervisors. So I wanted to acknowledge. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Humphrey?
He spoke at the Cobra Valley Republican Club on the 16th. I met with Mayor Al Gamaros and Mayor Madrid on the 14th, and we got together just to discuss some things that we're going to be working on in the community. And then I had a team meeting with Facilities, Health, Community Development, IT, and Management on the 13th. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Klein?
We had the PVVR picnic, and roughly 170 people was there. It served 135 hamburgers, 84 hot dogs, and 162 bags of chips. Good job, Kathy. Thank you, Charlotte, and everybody else who helped with all this. Sherry, wherever you're at, thank you. There you go. It was a good turnout. A lot of people, and everybody had fun. I had nothing but compliments on it, and thank you for being there.
It was a good time.
The S-700 Senate bill, and for the conveyance of PVVR, is still in the Senate. It's passed out of committee, and we're just waiting for floor time. We don't know really when that's going to be. It may be as late as September, October. We have our fingers crossed, but geez, they really can drag things out for a long time. So we're waiting on that. Congressman Crane's office has been in the mix, and they keep checking on it, of course, as well. Kathy stays in tune to it all and gets updates from them. And other than that, that is it.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor. A few days ago, I was invited to be a judge at the first annual Rim Country Chamber of Commerce Young Entrepreneur presentation, and it was great. So young people are invited to put together a business plan, and it's done a little bit kind of like the Shark Tank concept, and except not as brutal. And these young entrepreneurs then present their ideas of what a business they would like to have and do, and they present, and then there's a trophy and other things that are done. And so that was a great thing, really good. I'm very proud of our young people that I don't think I could have done that at that age. I also watched something on Zoom with the APS or the Teams meeting, whatever it was, on their public safety power shutdown scenario. They apparently had to do that in a location. It went well, no problems, whatever. This is something that they're doing that could make things uncomfortable for a while, but they consider it a considerable safety concern if the winds or the weather get to the point where a power line might collapse and cause a giant fire. So that was pretty much just a regurgitation of their policies and what they're doing with it. So I was quite familiar with that. And then we're in stage one. We're in stage one now in the Tono Forest and Payson area in Gila County. And I was on KMOG yesterday, and that went well. All is good. And so, yes, I was at a funny story, at the picnic. So I ended up hopping into that limousine you have called a golf cart, and was driven to my vehicle. And unbeknownst to me, Charlotte was driving, but I did not know that. So I got up and looked her square in the eye and said, "Hi, I'm Steve Christensen." And it was Charlotte. So anyway, we kind of had a laugh over that. So thanks everybody for that. And so let's move on now. Request for future agenda items. Supervisor Humphrey, do you have any?
Not at this point.
Okay, Supervisor Klein?
Good to go.
I'm good to go as well. Melissa's trying to keep our list very current, and we're working on that all the time. She's available to anyone that wishes to have that. So let's move on to item number 8. 8A is a work session. And the reason it's a work session is so that we can have a discussion. It's just not merely a report like it was last week, okay? And so Matt is going to give us some information and discussion regarding the status of the flood recovery projects associated with funding resources in the 220-day completion timeline requirements for the NRCS. I thought that was NRCD. Anyway, Emergency Watershed Protection Projects. Matt.
Thank you, Supervisor Christensen, Supervisor Klein, Supervisor Humphrey. Just as far as an update, and I know that this is a work session, so I'll be happy to answer any questions. But as far as the updates to this project, we did receive verbal approval from the NRCS, who allowed us to start work on the 6-shooter canyon and the ice house. Thank you. Just brain blank. So we did have approval to start on that. Those were the two most critical areas that we were focusing on. So we have verbal approval from the NRCS. We met with them last Thursday, and we got the approval from them so that we can have our contractor move forward with the ice house and with the 6-shooter canyon. We notified the contractor as of Friday morning that they would be able to start with that. So at this point, we are moving forward full bore for the 6-shooter canyon and the ice house projects. The Copper Gulch and the culvert for the hospital crossing are the next priorities, and we're going to be working with that. So with that new update, I'd be happy to answer any questions or entertain a further discussion of these projects.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. Supervisor Humphrey.
Yeah, 6-shooter canyon, in my regular meetings with staff, we were having issues with permission to be on properties. How was that taken care of?
We have gotten all of the permissions that we need for that. We're working with our county attorney's team, Jessica. She identified an avenue that we could get the property clearance for the right of entry and for the drainage easement with the property.
Did we take that clearance, or did we get it from the property owner?
We are getting it from them, and then once we have all of those signed easements, we will bring those to you as a board for acceptance.
Okay, another question on Russell Gulch Channel. When it was done the last time, we created a lot of flood issues for constituents on the other side of on the uphill side of the creek. And even our water was flooding people from our metal building over there. and I brought that up to Public Works. Have those been addressed in the new plans as they're going forward with the Russell Gulch?
Yes, they have been.
Okay.
We've completed the hydrology and the hydraulic analysis, and we've determined that we will not have any impact to upstream or downstream.
Okay, yeah, I would like to meet with you sometime and see.
Sure.
Kind of what we're doing on that. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, thank you. Who's the contractor we're using for all this?
Tiffany Construction.
Tiffany? Okay. And then on, Copper Hills Road, that's a culvert out there? Is that what you're talking about, that you're will be working on?
We will be working on that. We're trying to identify the design criteria for that existing culvert, and we're looking to see if there's something that we can maybe improve the efficiency of that. We did get a price estimate from the contractor to put in an additional culvert, and that was about $370,000 if I recall correctly. So we're looking at other alternatives for that, so we don't have to spend that money for it.
And is that the only project we're gonna have on that road, is just that culvert, or is there more going on out?
There's more, but that's the most substantial part of that project.
Okay, and
the others were just backfill.
Oh, was it? Okay. We had a meeting recently with the HOA group out there. They had questions, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt, for the update. Appreciate that, and keep plugging away, and we'll keep having you come up.
Okay.
Probably be a regular thing for a little while.
Understood. Look
Okay.
forward to it.
Thank you. All right, we're now down to our last item, which is executive session. We have two. There's 9A and 9B. The order of which when we do meet in executive session, I'm going to call for item 9B first, and that is information, discussion, action to vote to go into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A 3 and 4 for the discussion and consultation for legal advice regarding refuse bins that have been removed from the landfill. And also item A, which is the same statute, except it's 38-431.03A 1 and 3 for the annual performance review of the county manager, and for discussion and consultation for legal advice regarding James Menlove's annual performance review. Now, I'm going to call for a motion that we adjourn into executive session to discuss those two items.
Do we need to do one, come back and report, and then go into the second, or we just do both, and then when we come back, we will do them one at a time?
Mr. Albo.
Mr. Chairman, in discussion within the Civil Division, we've determined that it is appropriate to call both, and then at the conclusion of both, then for the board to come out and report any action that might be taken with regard to either 9A or 9B.
Okay, so we will stay in session until we've discussed both. Thank you. I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss items 9A and 9B as read.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. We'll be back. thank you. So we are going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors. It's a 1:50 here in the boardroom. We have 2 items in executive session that we will make a motion for. The first item, I would like to make a motion or have a motion for item 9B, which is the one regarding the refuse bins that were removed from the landfill.
I would like to make a motion for the county attorney's office to proceed as directed in executive session and do the, and notify.
Dixon.
Notify Dixon of the process.
Very good.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for item 9B. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now call for a motion on 9A, which is the annual performance review of our county manager, Mr. James Menlove.
I make a motion to terminate for cause effective immediately.
I will second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Supervisor Klein, opposed nay. With that, I will dismiss.
Chairman, motion passes.
Motion passes. Thank you. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.